feel sorry for you because you have problems. In fact, they're probably glad you got them. So like all teams at some point during a season, the Pirates are faced with injury problems. They have to find a way to solve them. We've all marveled at how the Cardinals have been able to continue winning without several of their key guys. Now, it's the Pirates' turn.
What a job by the 38-year-old veteran all-star A.J. Burnett last night. He didn't get the W. The Pirates, however, did get the victory, the walk-off win. Pedro Alvarez delivered in the bottom of the ninth inning, and the Pirates defeated the San Diego Padres in the first game of their three-game series. Tonight, the Bucks look to make it 2 straight over the Friars and win their first series ever here at PNC Park against the San Diego Padres. Greg Brown along with Steve Blass. And Steve, so much fun to watch Pedro Alvarez deliver, whether or not he's hitting home runs. Wasn't a home run last night. It was just a base hit, hard single up the middle, and the Pirates got the win.
And you could tell how much it meant to him. You know, he doesn't show much emotion most of the time, but he just had a joyride going down to first base. So since June 23rd, he's been doing much better. And it's not just hitting the home runs, as you say. He's driving in some runs. He's getting some extra base hits. He's hitting the ball to the opposite field every once in a while over the fence to the opposite field. So he has been a real help to these Buccos.
Pedro Alvarez and the Buccos getting ready to take on the San Diego Padres, and they're going up against a tough right-hander in Tyson Ross. Of course, he has his hands full because for the Pirates, it's Francisco Liriano.
Yeah, this should be a good matchup. All-star last year for Tyson Ross, won 13 games for the Friars. It keeps the ball in the ballpark. You see in that top line 5 free passes to the Cardinals, so you want patience for the Pirates batters. But he's a handful when he gets going, and Liriano, when he's right, he will just bury you. And it should be a matchup of some real good breaking pitches from both of these pitchers.
Before the game last night, Mark Grant, the former Padres pitcher and current color analyst, was making fun of our slogan, when the Pirates win. So Bob Walk put the hex on them, and Pedro Alvarez delivered. See if this can continue tonight in Game 2 of the series. Coming up next.
Night Sports is brought to you by Toyota. Toyota helps you get the most out of your drive. Just ask a friend who drives one. Toyota, let's go places. By Barrel Automotive, we're driven to be better. And by PNC Bank, for the achiever in you. Let's go Bucks.
Well, we're going to start on time, but whether this game gets interrupted is the big question. Hearing that in about an hour. Yeah, I know. What's new? Jung Ho Kang talking to the media today before the game. There was a Korean media following him this week and talking to Pittsburgh media about him. He said it rains a lot here in English every day. Pedro Alvarez takes the field over at first base as the Bucks look to make it 2 in a row over the San Diego Padres. Check out the starting lineup for Pat Murphy's Padres. Derek Norris leads off, and it's Yonder Alonso and Matt Kemp. Justin Upton is the cleanup hitter. Jed Jerko bats fifth. Will Middlebrooks is at third base. Melvin Upton Jr. struggling this season, but you see why he's in the lineup. 364 lifetime against Liriano. Then Clint Farmas returning to the lineup for the Padres, and Tyson Ross. Pat Murphy replaced Bud Black last month. Longtime college coach.
Got beat by his son-in-law last night.
Pedro, solid single up the middle to beat the San Diego Padres.
Francisco Liriano making start number 17. The numbers, except for the one-loss record, all very good. That opponent's batting average, 190 against, second best in the National League. So he's been just fine. This rotation has been incredible. It's just been incredible. The bullpen has been very, very strong, and that's exactly why the Pittsburgh Pirates are where they are now. This will be career start number 6 against the San Diego Padres for Francisco Liriano.
For the third time this season, Chris Stewart will be catching Francisco Liriano. The defense brought to you by Honda. Pedro Alvarez, Neil Walker on the right side. Jordy Mercer, Jung Ho Kang on the left. Sean Rodriguez again out in left field. Andrew McCutchen, Gregory Polanco left to right. We don't know yet the injury to Francisco Cervelli, but he was a late scratch. So the Pirates are dealing with the injury bug now, with Josh Harrison on the disabled list and still up in the air as to whether Starling Marte will go on the DL. And now Francisco Cervelli scratched.
So all you got to do is just continue superior pitching.
Underway, ball one. A.J. Burnett talk about superior pitching. Lowered his ERA to under 2 with that 5-hit performance last night in 7 2/3 innings. 2-0.
And A.J. Burnett going to the All-Star game, I think that is so good because that's kind of a frosting on top of a 17-year cake he's been baking career-wise. It's just a wonderful story. It is.
And he'll have one more start before he goes to his first ever All-Star game. It'll be against the St. Louis Cardinals on Saturday night. 2-1 on Derek Norris. He was 1 for 4 last night. Jerry Meals is the crew chief. He was at first base last night. Now behind the plate, Jim Wolf at first, Adrian Johnson at second. Paul Emmel was behind the plate last night, and he's at third base this evening. And it was that call that he missed that forced the Pirates to pull A.J. Burnett. And out in front, the off-speed pitch. Derek Norris is a strikeout victim to begin this ball game.
And you're going to see lots of swings and misses from both starters. Liriano here starting the ball game off with having Norris way out in front as he takes something off. 83 miles an hour has him out in front. And Tyson Ross creates a lot of swings and misses. So this could be interesting for home plate umpire Jerry Meals when they don't swing, because these guys are around the plate most of the time. Ross struggles on occasion, but
well, how about that changeup just now? That was as good as it gets. The movement on that thing, and
pure. And he doesn't give it away.
And even if Norris hadn't swung, it would have been a strikeout. Liriano decides not to touch it. Mercer makes the play on Alonso. Liriano figures better not get involved, and Jordy Mercer makes the play on the first baseman, Yonder Alonso, who's hitting .356 against left-handed pitching this season.
It's always good to have an idea where the guys are positioned in back of you for that very reason. Now, sometimes you'll just instinctively take a shot at stopping that ball, but many times if you know where they are, have a sense, a feel for where they are, they're better equipped to make the play. And it's a feel kind of a thing for a pitcher, because most of the time, to be quite honest, you're not sure exactly where they're positioned, if they're shading somebody one direction or another. So it's a feel, and that's why most pitchers most of the time will take a shot at stopping the ball.
Ball to strike on Matt Kemp.
Boy, Francisco Liriano is coming in from the bullpen, right on target.
Bouncing ball, stop, fair ball, Gong to his feet, throws to first, got him, what a play! Jung Ho Gong robs Kemp of a hit, and 1, 2, 3 for Liriano.
Wow, is this good?
What a start to this ball game.
Doesn't panic, takes his time, and then unloads.
Against Tyson Ross, Gregory Polanco leads things off. The lineup brought to you by Toyota. Neil Walker, Andrew McCutchen, 1, 2, 3. Jung Ho Gong hits cleanup. Then it's Jordy Mercer moving up with Cervelli being scratched. Pedro Alvarez, Sean Rodriguez, Chris Stewart hitting 8. And then Francisco Liriano.
Against right-hander Tyson Ross, who said an all-star last year, won 13 games. Has a complete game. Came against Arizona late last month, 5-7. Good ERA, keeps the ball in the ballpark. The master of the slider. His next slider thrown will be his 807th of the season, and that's the most in Major League Baseball.
807.
There it is. Or that might have been it. I'll have to see more. That's 93 miles an hour. He doesn't throw the slider 93 miles an hour.
Second time he's seen the Pirates this season. Bucks actually beat him on May the 30th.
There we are. 807. Liriano throws a lot of them. Tyson Ross throws a lot of them. 1 and 2 and 4 starts against the Bucks.
He walks more than any other pitcher in Major League Baseball. More batters. Pirates scored 3 off of him in 6 innings, 2 earned. Polanco had 1 of the 7 hits off of him. Hits this one well the other way. And back to the trap. Wow. Upton makes the play.
Some good defense. First from Gong, and now from Upton. Ball trying to slide away from him. Didn't quit on it. Didn't get concerned about getting near the warning track. And that ball was trying to run completely away from him. Really nice running catch.
Into our Rivers Casino tips to win.
Let's score some runs for Francisco Liriano. Get some breathing room for for some of these starters. And also, as Greg mentioned, this guy has struggled with control, so you want to have patience against Tyson Ross.
First pitch fastball and a strike to Walker. His hitting streak came to an end last night, 9 games. Alexi Amarista made a nice play on him in his last at bat. One ball, one strike.
It's doing everything but rain.
Yep.
Everything but rain right now.
Just has the feel of a storm approaching.
Helping wind out toward left field.
Saw Justin Upton having to move back on that ball hit by Polanco. And bounced to the second baseman, Jerko. A fly ball to deep left and a ground out. 2 up, 2 down. It's Andrew McCutchen in a 13-game hitting streak, matching his career high.
All-Star Andrew, racking them up year after year. All-Star appearances. Got a feeling he's going to rack up more.
5 straight appearances. Second straight start for the one-time MVP. He's tied for 8th in the league with 58 RBIs. He's 4th in on-base percentage. 2009, the last time he had a 13-game hitting streak.
We talk a lot about Ross throwing a lot of sliders. Well, he can run it up there 95, 96 miles an hour also. So it's a nice combination because the true slider looks a lot like the fastball with that late movement. A real effective 1-2 punch. We'll watch as the game goes along with these slider ball pitchers if they'll throw a good many backdoor sliders, trying to throw as a right-hander to a left-hand hitter, and vice versa.
Strikes him out looking, and much to the dismay of Andrew McCutchen. Not happy with Jerry Meals.
That way for the entire game. I'm Robbie and Smikowski, but the Pirates stretch routine was broken up rather abruptly when the storm started falling over PNC Park, and the grounds crew got a little bit of help from an unexpected member of the Pirates staff. Look at that right there in the middle. That's Uncle Ray. Ray Searage at 4:02 this afternoon coming out helping the tarp guys. The storm came so quick that they didn't have enough manpower to get the tarp pulled up and get the field covered in time. So Ray was happy to lend a helping hand, and I asked him about the experience after. And Greg, he said, well, I thought when I first came out, maybe some other guys would follow me and maybe also lend a helping hand? He said, I was wrong on that one. So, yeah, Ray, what a good deed he did. The one thing he did, Ed, man, I could see how these guys could pull a muscle extremely, extremely easy. But good deed by Ray Searage, right?
Well, yeah, absolutely, Robbie. I didn't see you out there pulling the tarp at all.
I was busy.
Not pulling the tarp, just busy.
Just busy.
Busy not pulling the tarp, right, along with the rest of us. Yeah, Ray Searage had that ankle, or that calf injury, wasn't it, in spring training?
Yeah. Is that Achilles or calf? Or
one of the others.
He had the boot on.
Yep. 1 ball, 1 strike on Justin Upton. 1 for 4 last night, hitting .262. In the air to right. Polanco.
Well, when the Padres are up, I hope a lot of balls are hit easily up toward right field, because if you get a ball up in the air toward left field right now, you are going to get a lot of carry. It is starting to really blow straight out. So see if that becomes a factor. See how long we get to play here. It just looks so threatening, but sometimes it just rolls right on through. Hopefully that'll be the case.
Ball 1 to Jed Jerko.
And you don't want to have Liriano out there for 1 or 2 or 3 innings. You want to keep this wonderful rotation in sync. Keep the gears meshing, and don't have him go 2 or 3 innings and then have to have him depart and get in the middle of all kind of a mix for your starting 5.
There's Derek Norris. With the tape on the fingernails to make it easier for his pitcher to see what he's putting down. 1 and 2 on Jerko.
Just pulling the string. That wonderful changeup. We talked about his breaking ball, but don't ever forget about how he pulls the string. It's all about not giving it away. Same arm motion.
Tied for 6th in the National League in the strikeout department coming into this game. Now with 114 on the year.
And this ratio you're talking about, opponent's batting average, came into the game 102 innings, 70 hits. I mean, that's really impressive. I mean, really impressive.
Only Max Scherzer is better. Off of Liriano, deflects to Alvarez, who's going to get the out.
Ouch.
Let's see how Liriano is doing. Here comes Todd Tomczyk.
Wow, 1-3, a painful out. Sometimes you just don't know if you're hurt. The immediate reaction.
If he's
on
up
the
there
right
above
arm?
the elbow, that's not bad, right? The meat.
So it's the right arm, or left arm. Oh my goodness. Thought I saw a motion to the glove hand. Francisco says we're fine.
Let's see.
Off the bat, it almost seemed like. Anyway, he's going to continue on. That's taking a shot right there. That ball's tattooed.
Two outs. Play goes 1-3. So it did hit him on the right triceps area. And out in front of Will Middlebrooks 0-2. The non-throwing arm. To the count. Will Middlebrooks. And a base hit to right. Saw that wide open space on the right side and lines it into right field.
Batting center fielder number 2, Melvin Upton Jr.
Brings up Melvin Upton Jr. 2-out single for Middlebrooks. It's just the 12th start for Justin's brother, former B.J. Upton. ball, no strikes. Clint Barmas on deck. 2-0. Upton just 46 at bats. Time on the disabled list this season. Came off the DL June 8th. Left side, Gong, and a flip, and out at first base. Jung Ho Gong, a couple of solid defensive plays. We'll go to the bottom of the second. It's 0-0. Chief and home plate umpire talking to head of the grounds crew here at PNC Park, Manny Lopez. So alerting him of the weather that is coming. Meanwhile, we take a look at Jung Ho Gong coming in.
Against this speed, two terrific plays. One down the line, this one coming in. Both directions handled.
And he bounces the first pitch to the shortstop, Barmas. So Gong has flashed his ability twice, one deep, showing the strong arm here.
And it's so easy to hurry that throw when you have to do that much work to get to the ball. But no panic. Turns almost completely around and finds his direction again. I mean, there's so many good things about that play. Didn't rush it, turned properly, strong throw, accurate throw, and it gets a circle around that one. Two circles so far for Gong.
Again, that's the deep, strong throw. He had to unload, and then a little flip. He didn't have time to cock his arm back. He had to just flip it over to first base.
Yeah, being aware of the speed that he had to work against. It's another thing. You have an idea when the guy steps into the batter's box. Do I have time against this particular guy? Do I not have any time? He didn't have any time against Upton. And again, didn't panic.
2-1 on Jordy Mercer. Francisco Cervelli was due to hit fifth, but scratched. So Mercer moves up in the lineup.
Well, Cervelli took a beating last night. Got hit a couple times behind the plate. Had a backswing hit him. Got hit by a pitch. Continues to get beat up.
Chris Stewart in there. Another bouncer to the shortstop. So his protege, he retires, Clint Barmas. Took Mercer under his wing for a couple of years. So his understudy bounces to the shortstop, Clint Barmas, 6'3".
And we were talking about how popular Pedro Alvarez is in the clubhouse. He really is well respected and well liked by all guys in that room. Clint Barmas in that category, one of the real good guys that play at this level. Good citizen, good pro.
Boy, Pat Murphy was raving our conversation with him yesterday about the type of person Pedro Alvarez is. He said, yeah, he probably doesn't talk to the media as much as the media would like, but he's a quiet guy, such a humble person. She's so proud to have him marry my daughter, Kelly. And they appeal, and third base umpire said he went.
Well, he was one happy Pedro running down that first baseline last night. Maybe that last little flip of the bat made the decision.
Oh, another hard hit ball for Pedro Alvarez, a 2-out single.
Yeah, not overswinging on that ball. Let the ball come to him and just kind of a steady stroke to the opposite field. Didn't hurt that Ross got the ball upstairs either. Not a complicated swing.
That's what he's trying to do now, just hit the ball where it's pitched.
Yep.
Now Sean Rodriguez. Starling Marte misses his second straight game. Barmes with a stop and can't get the ball out of his glove. Don't know if he would have had a play anyway. Base hit for Rodriguez.
Glenn Barmes going way up and back of second base. Got the ball in the glove and just couldn't get the handle on it to shovel it over for the force out. Tried to backhand it. The odds are against you when you commit that much and you're sliding that much and you're trying to find a baseball that you can't get the handle on.
2 on for Chris Stewart.
It was a dark and stormy night.
Starling Marte not able to go again tonight. DL question now will be coming up. 1 strike. One and 2 on Chris Stewart. Trying to give the Pirates a second inning lead. Stewart has been so good behind the plate, catching most of Garrett Cole's starts this year.
Wonderful compliment when you can have a guy you run out there that takes advantage of his opportunities.
He has 6 hits in his last 15 at bats, hitting over 300 in his 19 previous starts behind the dish. Chopper to the shortstop. There's Barmes again. And the side retired. Pirates strand a couple. Nothing through 2.
He had a huge impact on the city of Pittsburgh and his Pittsburgh Pirate teammates. He was happy to visit with him and told me before the game that it felt quite weird dressing in the opposing clubhouse. So Clint Barmes is happy to be back. Spent a little bit of time before the game speaking to his former teammates. Such an impact he had that they're doing this.
Clint Barmes.
Just a small town girl, living in a lonely world. He took the midnight train going everywhere. Just a city girl, only raising soft and slow. He took the midnight train going everywhere.
That's class.
You rarely hear walk-up music for an opposing player, but the Pirates wanted to pay a very small tribute to a guy who was part of some very important memories, and as Clint Hurdle put it before the game, they put some color on the walls because all the photos of success were decades ago. Clint Barmes was a big part of the Pirates and their recent resurgence, Greg.
You know, especially Robbie and Steve, for a guy who, you know, is a lifetime 246 hitter, I guess, in the big leagues. So this isn't some big star that has come back to Pittsburgh. He played 3 blue-collar years here, and that shot when he was surprised by it, looked into the dugout, the smile.
He'll remember that for a while.
Oh my gosh,
he will.
That's
a nice
big.
touch. Very nice touch.
Great stuff. And of course, that song kind of became an anthem of sorts for Pirates players as they would land their charter flights. We would hear that song in the back of the plane. So that's a meaningful song, not just to Barmes, but to these Pirate players. Journey. It has been quite a journey for Clint Barmes. He is 36 years old, Indiana native. Of course, came to the big leagues with the Colorado Rockies 8 years.
Had some years for him, too.
Yeah. 1 season in Houston and signed as a free agent. 2 free agent contracts with the Pirates.
And doing a nice job. 274 his average.
He just figured that with Jordy Mercer coming into his own, he was not going to have much of an opportunity to play here in Pittsburgh, and he goes down swinging. Second strikeout for Liriano.
Well, he'll remember that at bat.
Now Tyson Ross. Liriano has given up 1 hit. Just struck out Barmes for out number 1 here in the 3rd. Tyson Ross hit a home run last week. Now it's 2 balls and no strikes.
I don't know how much Liriano's glove arm hurts right now, but the throwing arm is just fine.
Two and one. Tries to bunt for a hit.
One home run this year for Mr. Ross.
His last time out against the Cardinals hit the home run.
Yep. Pitchers that hit home runs usually get pretty greedy in the next few at-bats or games that they work. It's fun to do that. Want to do it again.
Now full count. A roller right side, and how about it? A base hit for Tyson Ross.
Yeah, his 6th, so he's got a feel for what he's doing.
Add him to the ban the DH roster. Tyson Ross.
This got under the glove. Neal went a long way. And that's one of those ones, even if he gets the glove on it here, then he's going to have to untangle himself and do all those kind of things to make a throw to first, so it's not automatic if he did get a hold of the ball.
Broken bat bouncer to gone. There's one, and safe at first. Derek Norris, one of the better running catchers in baseball, beats the throw from Walker.
A couple long throws involved from third to second, then second to first. The feed is perfect. It's just the speed of Norris. Out hustled it.
Under Alonso, bounce to short. And it is getting darker and darker, and now the rain is starting and people are scrambling for cover.
There was a cell that came through right around 4 o'clock this afternoon, and it just dumped very quickly this area around the West End Bridge.
And we saw that when Ray Searage got that look. Searage tried to put the tarp on the field, and you can see it's coming, and it's coming fast
and loud.
And this might not last but a few seconds.
Yeah, because
this umpire crew is going to
dangerous.
stop this game right about now. Jerry Meals says, let's get out of here.
Yeah, it just feels dangerous.
Andy M.
This might be tough to put the tarp on right now.
Yeah.
I mean, it is blowing straight flat. Those
Where's Uncle Ray? Might need his help here.
Might need the whole family.
So this will be interesting to see the grounds crew try and get this tarp on the field with that heavy wind. And it's one thing to roll it out now, but then to try and do it manually, as we saw in Robbie's footage earlier. Now, the one thing about that storm from earlier, it did come in fast, but it went rather quickly. Some folks are going to try and brave it. Now, this is where it really gets tough. And that is a heavy tarp, too.
Yeah.
It was a smart move to try and get the tarp on now before the rains actually hit here. And it's right now just kind of misty.
The wind's the factor.
Andrew McCutchen watching. He's from the Lakeland area. Grew up in Florida, so used to the rain and inclement weather. Look at the flags.
Yeah.
Sean Rodriguez. They want to watch and see if the grounds crew can pull this thing off, or in this case, put it on. And maybe they're poised to try and help the grounds crew, see if they need the help.
I'll tell you, you can lose control of this tarp.
Right here, see that it can carry a human. In fact, it's pulling.
Yeah,
the grounds
there's
crew.
a guy underneath.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here comes McCutchen and Rodriguez. Try and get him out of there. Remember, the grounds crew was caught in there, and other Pirate players are coming out. Members of the bullpen. All to the sounds of Bruce Springsteen. Cover. Is that Springsteen? Cover Me? There's Dale Nadio. I wonder what Mark Grant is doing right about now.
Well,
Maybe
you know,
ask him for some help.
They don't see much rain in San Diego.
We're talking about Mark Grant, our friend, color analyst for the San Diego Padres, who probably not used to seeing this much. In fact, I don't know if they have a tarp in San Diego.
No, well,
Luke Yoder was the head grounds crew chief here for a few years and went to Petco.
we've seen a lot of Bud Grant, though, during this series.
Mark Grant, yeah.
Bud Grant.
Yeah, Bud Grant,
not so much.
We don't see much of him anymore.
No. Yeah. Lou Grant.
Wow, how about this?
Teamwork.
Ryan Recchi is out there. The Pirates front office.
Looking very stylish, by the way.
Dennis Dupre, Jared Hughes having fun.
You know, it was a little moment of scare when one of the grounds crew was tangled up in there, and that's when things really got moving personnel-wise. Tie me kangaroo down, boys.
Wow, that is an adventure. And you wonder how long this is going to last.
Robbie, see, we shamed him into getting out there.
Can Robbie hear us?
Yeah.
Robbie, give us a play-by-play. Blow, you're right down there.
They're just putting the stakes down right now. Jeff Bedominy, Dennis Dupre, the head of PNC Park Operations, is here. Probably half the team. Once one little area gets caught here, the whole rest of the tarp picks up, so they were able to come down. Now they're running around with the spikes to just get it nailed into the ground. That was an insane experience. There was probably 15, 18 players.
Stay with us here on the Weather Channel.
Robbie, Jim
Helping out here.
Cantori, it's Mikowski.
So what I can tell you, I don't know what camera I'm looking at right now, but what I can tell you is it's raining right now.
Well, now, you were down there when one of the members of the grounds crew actually got caught in there, Robbie, weren't you? And we're going to take a look at the video again, and that could be kind of scary.
Yeah, it was a scary moment for sure.
And
now they got all the stakes are in. That was the biggest thing, is just keeping the tarp under control until the stakes were able to be driven into the ground right here. And now look at on the end, you can see the rain, the wind, picking it up, and the rain on top of the tarp is being thrown all over the place toward the guys at the end of first base, out on the far end by the end of the Padres dugout. If you can see it right now, that's kind of whipping up pretty quick.
Yeah. We're seeing video right now, Robbie, of, again, one of the members of the grounds crew getting caught up in that tarp.
This is reminiscent, I believe it was in Colorado when the Philadelphia Phillies players were involved in keeping the tarp under control. Now they got the golf carts coming out right now to keep everything nailed down. So hopefully the field is covered. We'll be in playable shape once this rain ends.
What's interesting about this, we're kind of trying to track the radar ourselves, is that it's looking as though in about 15 or 20 minutes, this heavy cell is going to just really briefly pass
and blow on through it.
And there's another window, but then there's more heavy cell on its way, but there should be plenty of time once they resume play to play some baseball. Some folks trying to just brave it with the umbrella. The tarp is on the field, so we are going to have at least 20-25 minutes to a half an hour, somewhere in that vicinity. We'll send you to Inside Pirates Baseball as long as the umbrella holds up. And there's a look at PNC Park. Keep it tuned right here. We will keep you posted. Francisco Liriano, who has thrown 39 pitches, is going to continue. However, the Padres are going to go to left-hander Frank Garces. When we go to the bottom of the third at 7:42, Jerry Meals, the crew chief, calls out the grounds crew. Got very windy. The grounds crew struggling to put the tarp on the field with the heavy winds. It got so bad that Andrew McCutchen and Sean Rodriguez went over to help, and they watched as Matt Gerhardt, one of the grounds crew members, actually got swallowed up in that tarp. They got him out of there. He's fine. They got the tarp on the field in time. Jared Hughes, Andrew McCutchen, Sean Rodriguez, other players, Archimedes Caminero puts one of the spikes in to secure it. Even Robbie Ince-Mikowski, and there is Matt Gerhardt. And after they took the tarp off, there is Chris Hunter, the senior director of ballpark operations. He finds Matt's hat.
Yeah, kind of a scary moment, to be honest.
Everybody's okay, and the grounds crew once again, Manny Lopez, a tip of the cap to once again a job well done. I don't know that there's a harder working grounds crew in baseball with all the rain we've had this year. We've had a lot of delays, but we always resume.
We have not lost a game. It's been phenomenal. I don't know. It's not been described as the wettest summer so far in Pittsburgh history, but I don't know why not. It seems like every night we have a delay.
We're about ready to play here, Steve. We need one thing: the umpiring crew.
Yep. And here they come.
Let's go downstairs to Robbie Ince-Mikowski, who was down there helping with that tarp, and I'm sure he spoke with Matt Gerhardt, one of the members of the grounds crew.
Yeah, I did just a couple minutes ago. We're happy to report, first and foremost, he is okay. He was a little bit sore after taking the spill, but he did tell me the first guy he saw was assistant athletic trainer Ben Potenziano, who said, "Man, you are my savior right now." But he is a little sore. He's okay. And I said, "Well, what do you remember from that moment?" He said, "Not a heck of a lot." I said, "Well, what are you going to remember from all this?" "Hey, I'm going to remember how quick we got that tarp back on in a crazy downpour." So good work by Matt Gerhardt and Manny Lopez, Derek, and the rest of the grounds crew, Greg.
Yeah, they, again,
night after night, night after night.
Just tremendous work. Because of that great work, we can resume play. And a little surprised, Steve, that Francisco Liriano returns.
I'm very surprised. Here's a guy who took a shot off his arm, a long rain delay, but he's right back out there. And ready to get going again with a runner at first.
Yonder Alonso at the plate.
And 2 outs.
And a 2-0 count. And here we go. 2-1 now. One hour and 42 minutes later, Francisco Liriano back on the field and back on the mound.
Well, I did a sales job with Ray Searage and Clint Hurdle to get back out there. Got the sale.
3 balls and 1 strike on Yonder Alonso. Nick Leyva, first base coach and infield instructor, next to Ray Searage. Runner at first base is Derek Norris. The inning started with a strikeout of Clint Barmas. Then the pitcher Tyson Ross singled. And it's a walk. Putting runners at first and second.
His first.
And automatically you wonder about an hour and 42 minutes later, starting with a 2-0 count. How tough that might be to resume throwing strikes.
Yeah, it's not easy when you go back out there. Everything's been disrupted. You're upside down. You go out there, you try to get back, not only physically, but the mindset of going back out there after a delay.
Here is Matt Kemp. Wave and a miss. Kemp was retired on a fine play by Jung Ho Kang in the first inning. Deep third and threw a strong throw across to Pedro Alvarez to get Kemp. And it's 0-2.
Yep. Chasing that ball downstairs. And the fact that he got out in front 0-1, that first pitch strike, puts the pressure on the hitter, and that ball's not even close to the strike zone, nowhere near it.
Looking for his third strikeout.
If he's ahead 1-0, he doesn't chase that pitch. Talking about Kemp.
Hit in the air towards center field. McCutchen racing and over his head. And the Padres are going to score a couple of runs here. And the throw toward the plate is late. It's a 2-run double for Matt Kemp on an 0-2 pitch.
And he got a lot of that because Andrew McCutchen usually can track those things down, but that was a line drive that just carried and got out there in a hurry. And with 2 outs, nothing to wait for on the base pass. And that's kind of a sweet area.
Especially 0-2.
0-2. Not only that, but hooking away from Andrew as well as carrying well.
So a walk and a double after play is resumed. Here's Justin Upton. A 2-0 lead now for the Padres.
So a couple of real good at bats for Kemp. He was robbed, as you said, by Jung. He was not robbed by Andrew. There's no robbery involved there. Just a BB.
Upton flied to right field in the 2nd inning.
And a lot of people say, well, he's out there again. He's not got his feet on the ground after that. Liriano would probably tell you that's got nothing to do with it. Made a bad pitch.
A 2-1 count on Upton. Liriano retired the first 5 he faced. Jed Jerko in the 2nd hit a liner off his right arm, glove hand. Pulled. There's Gong. He's going to go to first for the out rather than stepping on the bag. They get 2. Go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. 2-0 San Diego.
On Root Sports is brought to you by the Chevy Colorado and your Western PA Chevy dealers. And by Day Automotive. We're going to make your day. Let's go Bucks!
2-0 Matt Kemp with a 2-run double on an 0-2 pitch over the head of Andrew McCutchen. And then Justin Upton bounces out to Jung Ho Kang. And just to clarify, obviously the right play to throw to first base, though Kemp was almost walking toward third base, so the play ends 5-3. And here is Frank Garces.
Left-hander out of the Dominican Republic. Originally signed by the Rangers, let go and signed as a minor league free agent by the Padres.
Francisco Liriano at the plate.
So Ross just goes a couple of innings before the rains came. A couple of hits, strikeouts, so he has departed, and we are early into the San Diego bullpen.
Point Park University tweets about the great grounds crew here at PNC Park.
Just day after day after day. The whole month of June was rain-filled. July starting. Haven't missed a game. Haven't lost a game.
3-2. Pat Murphy does not really have a long man out of the bullpen. Look at the grounds crew, and they'll be ready to go again if necessary. So he's going to go deep into the bullpen here as Garza strikes out Liriano. Tyson Ross goes just 2 innings in this game, but he will make his next start on Sunday. His regular turn, so he'll have plenty of rest. Now, Gregory Polanco hit a ball to the warning track in the first.
Not the biggest pitcher in the league at 5'11", 175 pounds. Left-hander Frank Garces from San Cristobal, Dominican. Little time with the Padres last year. 15 appearances out of their bullpen. Brief sampling, but got him to the big leagues.
Two balls, one strike. Let's see about this.
Check it out.
Boy, oh boy.
Strike granted.
Well off the plate.
Even further.
3-1. Should be ball 4. 3 balls, 1 strike. Garces, in his 26 innings, has walked a dozen.
Yep, not pristine control numbers. Also given up, what I see, 4 home runs,
including 3 in 1 outing. And ball 4.
Full count to Liriano, full count to Polanco.
This Friday, Pirates and Cardinals. It's a free shirt Friday. First 20,000 fans get a Starling Marte t-shirt. Compliments of Peoples Natural Gas. The festivities start on Federal Street with the Barrel Automotive Block Party, which features live entertainment, food, and make sure you stop by the Line and Kugel Bar. For tickets, go to pirates.com/free shirt Friday. Leadoff base runner now Neil Walker. Bat right-handed against the lefty Garces. Bounce to second as a left-handed batter in the first inning against Tyson Ross.
I don't know, Greg, have you ever seen the wind come up so strong, so quick? It's almost like one of those microbursts they talk about when it got here and it was just blowing everything sideways before it really got rainy, and then it got windy scary. I mean, you didn't want people sitting in the stands, although some people did. But here we are playing ball. It's incredible.
We had to take cover. We had to grab all of our stuff, our scorecards, computers, and everything else. And
blowing.
Zach, our stage manager, says that he saw an umbrella fly by here in front of our booth.
Mary Poppins,
or
whatever. An umbrella when it was blowing like
AM.
that was no use.
Yeah.
Might as well throw it away.
Saw a cow fly past us.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Saw a woman in a rocking chair.
Yeah. There's a small SUV one.
They had to batten down the hatches up there. Chad and Troy.
Yeah, they could have wound up in Monroeville. Just hold that umbrella up. You fly over everybody in the Parkway East. Troy Poppins, that's it.
That was from someone in the.
Yeah, I don't, not original. I understand. Give credit.
Two balls, two strikes on Walker. Andrew McCutchen on deck. Were you a card player during rain delays? What did you do most?
Yes, yeah.
In the clubhouse.
Yeah,
Rain?
played AC Ducey, just get the cards out and just settle in. So if I was pitching, I was pacing. I couldn't concentrate on cards, but any other time, just run in there, get somebody that didn't know how to play very well.
It's funny too. Back, Steve, in your day, the clubhouses weren't as luxurious as they are now. So you can go to different, you get almost like a dining area in the Pirates clubhouse.
They got a chef in there.
Lounges, they got a chef. So
we played in a trunk. Put a couple towels down on a trunk. It might have been a card table.
That's a line drive to left field, and not a catch. It was short hopped, and he is out at second.
No.
Not a very good base running play there by Gregory Polanco.
And Clint is thinking about looking at this out call at second base.
An uncomfortable looking slide by Polanco into second. Here's the trap by Justin Upton. They are not going to challenge this, even though the people here at PNC Park think they should. Yeah, you see, he stops almost.
He got his leg stuck, didn't he?
Yeah.
It was. You know, he did get the leg in there. It looked kind of funny. But wouldn't you think that? Yeah, no, stay there. You can always retreat.
He's fast enough; he can get back.
Yeah. So the base running continues to be a concern.
Seems like every night we talk about a base running play. McCutchen lines it to right field, but foul. And a broken bat. So unfortunately for Walker, it's a fielder's choice.
9-4?
7-4.
Yeah, 7-4.
And there's a base hit, and Walker doesn't get credit for it.
And Upton pretty fortunate that he was able to trap it, or everybody'd still be running.
Now 0-2. Frank Garza struck out Liriano, walked Polanco. Walker lines it to left, and now he's out in front 0-2 of McCutchen. And the runner, Walker, will wind up at second on the wild pitch.
You're right. Garcia's has been all over the place, all kind of things going on, and we haven't done much with it.
Base hit can get the Pirates a run anyway. Down a pair. Toward right, nearing the corner. That's a fair ball. That's extra bases for McCutchen. Into second with a double. It's 2-1. That's RBI number 52. And a 14-game hitting streak, a new career high.
Who are you going to call? Andrew McCutchen. up and away, nowhere near the strike zone, but Andrew likes it. And when Andrew likes it, these kind of things happen. Simply got out there too quickly to slide into foul territory.
Gives him 24 doubles, which matches Anthony Rizzo of the Cubs and the Reds' Todd Frazier for the National League lead and a new career-high hitting streak of 14 straight games. Here's Jung Ho Kang. He's hit by a pitch. So Garces is indeed all over the place.
Well, when you think about it, he went full count to Liriano, full count to Polanco. Walker starts the ball. McCutchen starts the ball. And now he hits Gunn.
And now it's raining again. And fans head for cover. Just as see Gong getting hit by the pitch of the Allegheny Health Network Supermo. Aaron Balsley is going to check on Garces. Padres pitching coach. Almost looked like there he's going, hey, let's let it fly. Throw strikes.
Yep.
Don't mess around with breaking stuff.
Yep.
Let's go. Attack these guys. We'll see if Mercer can see a pitch he can drive. You see it's not a heavy rain. It's a drizzle. On the edge of another front passing by. Well, he didn't go with the fastball there. Instead, off-speed pitch for a strike. Two on, two out, and a 2-1 game.
And you got a very vulnerable pitcher out there right now.
Fastball missed, 1-1.
He's certainly getting his work in. He's throwing 23 pitches.
And it's been a week since his last outing against Seattle. Pitched a third of an inning against the Mariners.
He's done good work. 30 appearances, the ERA under 4.
Most pitches he's thrown in one outing. You got to go back to the middle of May. He had a 3-inning stint, 43 pitches against Washington. That his season high. And the runners take off, and it's a one-hopper. Barmes drops it, and he'll have no play.
And the beat goes on.
So the runners took off on the pitch.
You see Clint go over and get it. By the time he picks up, he realizes that Gunn is at second base. He's got no play there. So if he doesn't have a play there, he's got no play anywhere. As he tries to get a handle on the ball.
Interesting that those runners took off on a 1-2 pitch, and that saved them. Otherwise, Barmes might have had an out on one of the bases.
Yeah, I think they just got this young man back on his heels and maybe just saw the opportunity.
Now it's Alvarez against a left-handed pitcher and a strike.
Well, we featured Pedro on our open tonight about his resurgent little run that he is on right now. Solid base hit his first time up.
1 ball and 1 strike. Alvarez against the left-hander Frank Garces.
I'll tell you, if he runs into one here, Greg, we're going to go out and hold the rain up. We'll just stand out there so it doesn't come down and disrupt this. Got something going right here.
Two and one.
You've got to think with a young pitcher that's really struggling, you got to be thinking fastball. I think he's trying to throw a strike, desperately trying to throw a strike.
Alvarez has 4 hits and 26 at bats against lefties. Off speed, 2-2, well out in front, of course.
I certainly guessed wrong. Maybe they were thinking the same thing. More activity, quick activity.
That is Marcus Mateo. Pat Murphy.
You wouldn't expect more than this inning from Garces.
Big pitch. And he strikes out. Alvarez with a fastball. Pirates get 1, leave 3, and after 3, it's 2-1. His ERA is now 2.12, so A.J. Burnett now has the second lowest earned run average in all of Major League Baseball, behind only Zach Greinke.
It's not automatic, even for Scherzer and those. I mean, Kershaw has not been Kershaw-like.
Jed Jerko takes ball 1 from Liriano. 2 balls, no strikes. It was Jerko who hit that line drive off of Liriano. It deflected to Pedro Alvarez for an out.
Sometimes you just wonder as a hitter what you have to do to get a hit. Neil Walker, line drive to left, doesn't get a hit. Jerko blisters the ball off the pitcher, doesn't get a hit.
Neil Walker didn't get the hit. Line drive that was trapped by Upton, and he threw out Polanco. And there's a strikeout of Jerko. And the third for Liriano tonight.
Downstairs, not even close. Go ahead and chase it.
Barrel Automotive League leaders strikeouts per 9 innings. Kershaw, Scherzer, James Shields of these Padres, Francisco Liriano, and Tyson Ross, who started tonight's game.
Right on the knees there. These pitchers will continue to throw the ball down in the dirt, bounce balls. And why will they do it? Because batters keep chasing them.
Middlebrook single to right field his first time up. Two and two.
Rain is intensifying. It's not massive yet, but very steady.
And to Gong, picked on the 1 hop. On to first.
He stood picking.
Let's go back to the studio. Rob King, another game break. And we'll see those Cardinals starting Thursday night in a 4-game series. Thanks to Rob King. And they're not giving up. Hanging in the rotunda. Melvin Upton was retired on another fine play by Gong in the second. Jerry Meals keeping an eye on the weather, as is Manny Lopez and his crew. See, Mets good to go.
This will test your concentration, your ability to focus and stay in the moment. I mean, it's miserable conditions. It's just miserable. But you know what they do this day and age, because the field's drained. Somebody's going to win this baseball game. Sometimes it's a matter of who keeps it together in terms of their approach. Able to acknowledge it and then get on the other side of it and play.
Well, there's a 1-2-3 inning for Liriano, and strikes out a pair. The Bucks down a run. Go to the bottom of the fourth. Service viewers in the Carbondale, Pennsylvania area, thanks for watching and rooting on your Pittsburgh Pirates. All of us at Root Sports and the Pirates appreciate your support.
Welcome. Yeah. Frank Garces has earned himself another shot at the bottom of the fourth by striking out Pedro Alvarez with the bases loaded, so he gets another chance to go out there and try it again.
Well, this weather, you could say, Steve, is for the dogs, right?
It's a pup night, yeah. And the faithful with the faithful.
Rodriguez fouls this one away.
Cost him a bat. I guess it sounded like he had a broken bat, but nope. Francisco just trying to get the mud out of the shoes. It is not much fun. Well, they used to have the paint scrapers or the tongue depressors. Now they got the item in back of the pitcher's rubber, kind of spiked area to do the best you can.
Milwaukee scolded me recently, said they had that back then. I said, I don't think Steve had those things back then, did you?
No, not even
Thank
close.
you.
They hadn't been invented yet.
Thank you.
We just stopped riding on trains. But no, we did not have those.
Hard hit at the third baseman, Middlebrooks. 2 outs, or 1 out rather. First out here in the 4th. Bring up Chris Stewart. Speaking of history, RV Automotive this day in Pirates history. This day 1959, first of 2 All-Star games that season played at Forbes Field. Smokey Burgess, Elroy Face, Dick Grote, Bill Mazeroski represent the Pirates, and Vice President Richard Nixon was there to throw out the first pitch. Maz had an RBI single in the 7th, gave the National League a 3-1 lead. And after Elroy blew that lead in the 8th inning, Willie Mays gave the National League the win with an RBI triple off Whitey Ford that scored Hank Aaron.
Boy, pretty prominent names on that list you just read. Some real stars. Well, Whitey Ford used to go 14-3 every year. Not those big win numbers like 21, 22, but his winning percentages are phenomenal.
Chris Stewart's going to drop down a single. 1 out base hit. Perfect timing with Liriano coming to the plate.
Yep.
Point Park University tweet. This is at Three Rivers Stadium. Yes, my tarp was indeed mechanical.
Yeah, as it was in Forbes Field.
Where did they keep the mechanical tarp at Forbes?
Right down third baseline.
In play.
Yep.
At Three Rivers, it actually sank into underneath the turf.
Oh, well, it did that too at Forbes. Yeah, it was just right up that line. It worked most of the time. I'll tell you a true story. My brother-in-law, John Lamb, came in to relieve me at Three River Stadium. The tarp broke, and we had to wait for the next day for me to get the win, for him to get the save.
Because the tarp broke?
The tarp broke. Couldn't get it back in.
Wow. What year was that?
1970, I think, when John was there. John Lamb, Karen's brother. That's when they had the mixed grill, Moose, Steele, and Lamb.
Oh, that's right.
Bob Moose, Bob Steele, and John Lamb. John had a great curveball. His career was really disrupted when Dave Cash in batting practice and spring training hit a ball in batting practice, Pirate City, and fractured his skull.
Oh my gosh.
And put him back together again, and he pitched, but
not the same.
It never was the same.
Liriano trying to get to Stewart into scoring position.
John doing well back in Sharon, Connecticut.
Steve Glass married John's sister.
Yep.
Ball popped up. Oh, brother. Liriano pops up to the third baseman, Middlebrooks.
We had 3 pitchers come to the big leagues out of that little high school. Karen's cousin, Tom Parsons, pitched for the Pirates and the New York Mets. Here's the ball popped up, and doesn't get much easier than that.
See Liriano kind of stab at it.
Yep, you get the bat down below, the ball hits the top half of the bat, goes straight up in the air.
See if Polanco can pick up his teammate here. Polanco has hit a ball to the warning track and walked his last time up on a 3-2 pitch from Garces, and then he was thrown out on a base hit by Walker between first and second. Well, you can see Garces still at times is all over the place. He is due up second in the 5th, so this is going to be his last inning. They have a right-hander up again in the bullpen. And the other way, but that's going to carry out to Upton. On to the 5th inning. It's 2-1 San Diego.
Tuesday here on Root Sports. Closer Mark Melanson is our guest, and he was asked by Pittsburgh, Johnny, where's your next adventure trip going to be, and why will you select that destination?
There's two places that I have planned, Mexico and then also Hawaii. Been to both before, but just really enjoy them. So they're not too crazy, but they're out there a little bit.
Now, we've heard of some crazy Mark Melanson adventures. Now, Mexico and Hawaii doesn't sound that exciting, but I know he and his wife, Mary Catherine, love to go down to Cabo and visit and check out some property down there and kind of spend some time on the beach. But, yeah, Mexico and Hawaii, they're the next two on the bucket list, Greg.
Yeah, Robbie, I saw where he tweeted out that he had to cancel the trip to Mexico. The only time it's exciting to cancel a trip to Mexico for Cincinnati. Hashtag humbled, hashtag honored. There's a line drive base hit for Clint Barmas off of Liriano to start this fifth inning. And now James Shields is going to pinch hit to try and bunt the runner over.
Clint Barmas did come into the game at 274.
Shields handles the bat well. He lined out one of his at-bats last night, robbed of a hit by Sean Rodriguez. Punts it toward third, picked up by Gunn. Out there. Shields does the job.
Yeah, you just can't take a chance. You might have rolled off the grass, and the line is right there close to the grass. It's in fair territory, but hard to take the chance here. Is it going to roll off that? Does it have enough when it gets off the grass? Might have, but too risky. You got to get the out.
Padres try to get that run back. The Pirates scored in the bottom of the third. San Diego scored two in the top half after a long rain delay. 1 hour and 42 minutes. And in the air toward left center. And now to dead center is McCutcheon. Two outs. And we want to see your strongest fan photo, so use the hashtag PitDataStrongFan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. It's brought to you by T-Mobile. Hashtag PitDataStrongFan. Get your photos out. You might see yourself in an upcoming telecast. Brought to you by T-Mobile. Hardy fans.
Well, they are tonight.
Hanging in there.
They are tonight. They have been.
Yep. Belated happy birthday wish to John Lytle. Oakdale celebrated a birthday on Saturday.
And a belated birthday wish to you. A little belated. Back in November.
And early to you, Steve.
Yeah, thank you very much. Birthday wishes. Send along tonight.
Yonder Alonso drew the walk. Remember, he was at the plate and he got ahead of the count 2-0 when the rains came. The tarp was placed on the field. 1 hour 42 minutes later they resumed, and he eventually drew the free pass and then scored on the Matt Kemp double. He and Derek Norris coming across the plate. Barmas at second with 2 outs.
Greg, I think the toughest thing about these scenarios is after the delay coming back out. Once you're out here again for another inning or two, you're geared to be back into it. But to stop and then start back up again, you're coming out. Okay, we got to get this started. Where were we? We got to get your concentration going. Then if you play a couple innings, okay, we're back in playing in our fourth and fifth inning mode. And so I think as you go along, you're more in that zone of where you're familiar with what's going on. Coming out and starting again after a long rain delay, I think it's the most difficult part of this thing. Yeah, the initial start after the delay.
Saw Mateo's going to be the new pitcher. See if Liriano can get Alonso, who's been hitting .356 this year against left-handed pitching. Yonder Alonso,
a little bit against the grain.
28-year-old native of Havana, Cuba, former first-round pick of the Reds. Three and two.
Every time I see him or see his name, I can't help but think of Jesse Gonder, the Pirate catcher. Spent some time in the major leagues. Came to Pittsburgh. Say, way down yonder with Jesse Gonder. And he had all the phrases. You know, infield hits for Butcher Boys. You know, I mean, he had it all down. Big league swing right there.
Yeah, it was.
Trying to hit it way down yonder.
Who was that defensive whiz that was the Mets guy? Was it Edgardo Alfonso? That's who I think of.
Yeah. Good call.
It's a defensive whiz there. And Marvis. Alonso tries to get him home with Matt Kemp on deck.
It was Kemp that did the damage. No 2 pitch.
Strike him out. Alonso not happy.
I mean, you don't take these for granted.
I'll tell you one thing, there's no other colors I'd rather wear there, that's for sure. This is my home, man. You know, I want to represent these guys in this locker room, in this city, in this organization for my first time in an All-Star game. I think that's special.
Obviously, I'm very excited, very humbled, very appreciative for all the votes that I got. And, I'm looking forward to representing the National League and representing the Pirates.
Happy I was able to, be able to make the All-Star team, and especially after the start that I had. And, just shows that, it ain't how you start, and that's what it's all about.
The All-Star representatives and the All-Star jerseys are out and available.
We're sending a very, very representative group to Cincinnati.
Certainly well deserving each. Here's the new pitcher, Marcus Mateo. 7th appearance. Back in the big leagues after undergoing Tommy John surgery a couple years back. Previously pitched with the Cubs.
Replacing Frank Garces. Different twist on how you wear your cap there.
Fernando Rodney-like?
Yeah. Garces went a couple innings, giving up a run on 3 hits. Walk and a strikeout.
You a big fan of that, Steve? Maybe the wind blew that sideways, huh?
Yeah.
Is it possible?
All right. No, I'm not a big fan.
Edinson Volquez did that, but not to that extreme.
Still not a great fan of it.
Nope.
But everybody has their own style.
Neil Walker homered off Mateo back at Wrigley Field in August of 2010. Last time these two met. Marcus Mateo. Recalled June 23rd. In the air to center field, and there's a base hit for Neil Walker.
And this one will stay.
Yeah, he really should be 2 for 3. Well, the nation will be watching when the Pirates play the Cardinals in prime time this Sunday night, starting at 8:05. Plus, all kids 14 and under will get an Andrew McCutchen and A.J. Burnett Cup, compliments of sheets and Coca-Cola. That's an All-Star Cup right there. Get your tickets now at Pirates.com. 2 All-Star Cups. Kutch and Burnett. Again, that's 8:05 Sunday night. National television audience. Get your tickets and be here. Their man. They don't like seeing anything close to Andrew McCutchen.
There you got all-star representatives up on the railing.
2-0. A leadoff hit. McCutchen doubled to right field in the 3rd, bringing home the Pirates' run. Has been on a tear. And it's a high fly ball to deep left field. Back and caught! He caught that ball! Walker's going to be doubled off, or did he tag up? He tagged up. Justin Upton caught that ball.
Incredible.
In one of the greatest catches in the history of PNC Park. Justin Upton. An unbelievable catch.
Credit where credit is due.
Wow. I mean, everybody is stunned, including Neil Walker and certainly Andrew McCutchen.
You talk about unbelievable timing. The height helped him line it up. He got back to where he knew where he was. He went up perfectly. And all you can do is applaud that catch.
The other way for Jung Ho. And it's past Kemp. Walker stumbles around 3rd and scores. Gung headed to 3rd. He's there. The Pirates tie the game. Moments after the disappointment of the McCutchen drive, Gung into right, skips past Kemp, and it's tied.
Crazy night. Crazy night. We think we're going to take the lead with Andrew's shot. It doesn't work, and all of a sudden, Gung hits it to right field. It gets by Kemp, and the race is on.
Now he's going to be held up here, but then watch Neil Walker stumble. Stays on his feet and scores. That should be a single and a 2-base error in the infield end. And here's Jordy Mercer. What an inning. Another look, another angle here.
Crazy.
Well, they give him a triple.
Yeah.
It did take a wicked hop, snaking in the grass, so they give him a triple.
And, probably not a factor, but I'm glad they threw it. I'm not so sure that Neil, did he get all of third base? Looked like.
That might have been why he stumbled.
Oh, he stumbled on the base. Okay, all right.
I give Walker credit for tagging up, by the way, on that.
Well, yeah.
I mean, that was unbelievable.
It's either going to be caught or a home run.
Yeah. Here's Walker hitting the edge.
Got the piece of that base.
My goodness.
Flaps down. We get
crazy.
Quite a lot of action on pup night, I guess, maybe. Part of it. Something.
I mean, the catch by Justin Upton was just unbelievable. And then right away, Gong gets the triple. And with the infield in, a chance to take the lead for Jordy Mercer. Justin Upton robbing McCutchen of his 11th home run.
Andrews simply got too much height. Upton was able to get back there and put everything together with his timing. Just brilliant.
Three and two the count. Neil Walker scoring. Should be 2 for 3. He has scored a pair of runs. It's tied at 2. With a runner at third and the infield in for Jordy Mercer in a 3-2 count. Pedro Alvarez is on deck. We're only in the 5th. Mercer to second. Runner holds. 2 outs. We're going back to this Justin Upton catch.
Call the cops. This is a robbery. He gets back there and simply gets up there. Great lift.
Watch Walker. Andrew McCutchen.
Are you kidding me?
I think that's Will Venable in the dugout behind McCutchen.
Are you kidding me? Who says?
You wonder what impact it had, the fact that there weren't any fans there to bother him. Usually that place is filled up, the left field loonies, but with the rain, a lot of the fans left, so he had all the room he needed.
You can go back there with your arm and get it knocked around. They're all trying to get the ball.
Right.
That's a very good point. He could have been knocked away and made the same kind of effort and come down empty.
High fly ball to right center field. Right fielder Kemp going back, and he'll have room, and he'll make the catch. My goodness. A lot of stuff going on here. Justin Upton robs Andrew McCutchen of the home run. Still, the Pirates tie the game.
We'll see that all night.
Pirates baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Allegheny Health Network. Health for all. By Kenny Ross, Ask a Neighbor. And by Levin Mattress, located in all Levin furniture showrooms and freestanding stores. Let's go Bucks!
It is a 2-2 ball game onto the 6th inning.
Yep, stay with us. More craziness on the way, perhaps. Wild stuff.
Andrew McCutchen robbed by Upton, who's on deck. Here's Matt Kemp. Jung Ho Gang got the triple.
Plus,
tied it.
Unbelievable glove work. He's having a night.
Yeah. Liriano's still out there. That was a bit of a surprise. After a 1 hour and 42-minute rain delay. So he'd like to put up a 0 here and see if the Pirates can't get him a run in the bottom half.
75 pitches, now 76.
He's had 2 1-2-3 innings, the first and the fourth.
77 on the way. And the next one will be 78.
Don't stop now. You got one for us here, Steve?
Here it comes.
What? What's
78.
coming?
On the way.
And caught. Tonight's Allegheny Health Network injury update regarding the Brewers. Matt Garza is on the DL now with tendonitis in his right shoulder. Retroactive to July 3rd. He'll miss maybe just one start. In the meantime, they call up Tyler Cray to take his spot.
One of our favorites.
Well, he's one of ours. I don't think we're one of his.
No, we're not.
He's not a big fan of you and me. Ball one on Justin Upton. Has flied out and bounced out. Those Brewers are trailing Atlanta 4-2 in the 7th. Brewers had that winning streak come to an end last night. One ball, one strike.
Well, we've seen Andrew McCutchen make some amazing catches, and turn the tables on him tonight.
You know, McCutchen's had in the past, I think about the past month, he's had at least 3 balls that I can remember. In fact, I think I miscalled 2 of the 3 that a lot of people thought were home runs right off the bat. I mean, that one, as you said, just got too much height, but certainly didn't expect to be robbed by Upton.
Why did those people go home, huh? They could have knocked his arm sideways and
that's exactly
or made the catch themselves.
So maybe the rain costing McCutchen. Otherwise, that left field Looney section would have been filled. And
no, we've had Mr. Rogers' neighborhood, and we have Ross Morgan's neighborhood with the Loonies.
There's the president of the left field Loonies. Strikes out Upton. Number 6 for Liriano, who earlier this season struck out 11 San Diego Padres batters.
And just in case you're wondering, as you watch this strikeout, the Cubs have tied up the Cardinals. Just in case you're wondering.
Yep, we were. They're in the bottom of the 7th inning in Chicago, and the chance to take the lead for the Cubs. They have 2 on. They won game 1 of their day-night doubleheader. Number 6 for Liriano.
And all things considered, Francisco Liriano has made one bad pitch that he would like to have back. And that was that 0-2 pitch to Matt Kemp. Otherwise, Francisco Liriano has been just fine.
Well, and they've had the infield placement with Walker. The line drive that he caught from Kemp, and that one from Jerko. 1-2-3, go the Friars.
in the late innings. So he was asked by Pirates fan 24 on Twitter Tuesday, since this is your second time going to the All-Star game, what was something you wish you had done and now can do it this time?
I think just talking to guys a little bit more, because you're signing so many autographs, you're kind of just going a mile a minute. I think I just want to sit back and just enjoy the moment with the guys and hang out.
Yeah, Greg and Steve, you think he'll ask a few interesting questions and maybe come back with a few stories from his time in Cincinnati?
Oh, absolutely. He's that kind of guy. He's got a lot of curiosity. He likes to get information. I walked into an all-star clubhouse and I was very intimidated. I didn't say much to anybody. The second time, it's got to be a lot more comfortable. You're familiar with what's going on. So I'm sure Mark will get his money's worth and then some.
Garrett Cole and A.J. Burnett will be in there the first time.
Taking it all in.
A week from tonight. 1 ball, 1 strike on Sean Rodriguez.
I wonder if it'll be Pup Tuesday in Cincinnati.
So.
It used to be with Shotzi and Marge.
Full count. Pirates tied the game last inning against Mateo. He's the third pitcher for the San Diego Padres. Chris Stewart, and then a pinch hitter.
I think he's got that hat tilted toward the outside corner. That's where he wants to throw the breaking ball. Maybe that helps him line up. Certainly not looking down the middle.
Three and two. Love to get the leadoff man on. Try and scratch out a run and get Liriano a W. Steve Lombardozzi in the hole.
Yeah, he's worked hard in a lot of different types of conditions to keep it together. Frankie has.
He strikes out Sean Rodriguez. Rodriguez goes back to the dugout. 1 for 3 tonight. Once again, we want to see your strongest fan photo. Use the hashtag PitDataStrongFan, and you just might see yourself on an upcoming broadcast. It's brought to you by T-Mobile. Chris Stewart. Jared Hughes will be the new Pirates pitcher. He got the W last night. Drizzling once again here at PNC Park.
So let's get that run right now.
Sean Rodriguez not happy as he punches out against Mateo.
There's some intensity inside that number 3 uniform, isn't there? With Sean Rodriguez. Very, very intense, very businesslike.
Remains 2-2. Chris Stewart was a late addition to the lineup. Francisco Cervelli was scratched, and they don't give details other than to say it was a manager's decision. Well, the other way, going to slice into the seating section.
Isn't it kind of always the manager's decision?
Ultimately,
and if there's a change involved. doing what he feels is best in any given situation, before and during the game, and after. That's the way it works.
And Stewart working the count to 3-2.
This has become a real test for everybody tonight. Everybody.
Another foul away. Still 3-2 on Chris Stewart. Bounced to short against the starter Tyson Ross in the second inning. His last time up in the fourth, he singled off of the lefty Frank Garces. Steve Lombardozzi will be next, and it is starting to intensify here. They're ready. Another foul. This is a 9-pitch at bat here for Chris Stewart. Marcus Mateo missed all of 2012 after undergoing Tommy John surgery. And he hits Stewart. He reaches base for a second straight time. And now Lombardozzi will be called back. And instead we'll see Travis Ishikawa. And somewhere Jose Tabata is smiling, huh?
Yep, there's a elbow available there.
We're looking for the big long ball here from Ishikawa. This will be his second at bat. He was picked up Sunday off waivers from the Giants, returning to the Pirates. Struck out as a pinch hitter last night. Francisco Liriano done for the evening. Ishikawa has seen Mateo in the past. Hits this one well the other way, but Upton going to go back and make the catch. Ishikawa lines out to left. 2 outs in the 6th. So Polanco has hit the ball the other way twice.
Remain 2-2. The Cubs are doing their part. They have taken a 4-2 lead over the Cardinals.
That's a big one here then.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, you can gain a game and a half on the Cardinals if the Cubs hold on. And we Cubs won game 1 of a day-night doubleheader. And if the Pirates can pull this one out, they would move. A lot has to happen, but they would move to within 4.5 of the Cardinals.
We've committed 2 robberies lately.
Yeah,
Sunday and Monday. We just took those games away, and it looks like we're going to be forced to try to do that one more time.
At this very moment, the Pirates trail the Cardinals by 5.5 in the Central. With the big 4-game series looming. One more to play here against the Padres. Don't forget discounted tickets available for tomorrow night's game.
Is it me, Greg, or is Upton in center field kind of shallow?
Yeah, he's
Polanco
shallow.
Has the kind of power that could get a ball over his head, and then you could have some fun.
That's 3-0. Do you give a guy that's struggling at the plate a green light here?
I was just thinking that very thing.
You know, we've seen a lot more green lights, actually, so I'm going to say he would let him go ahead and take a hack here.
And if he does just use good judgment, make it just juicy. Just
well, you do have a hot hitting Walker on deck, so that might change the approach. There is ball 4, and we'll see Neil Walker. And we'll go back to the studio for a game break. You know, Rob, we just don't see the Cardinals make those kind of mistakes.
Well, they haven't this year.
No. But Cubs take advantage, and they're still batting. And now with Neil Walker to the plate, we've got a discussion on the mound here. Derek Norris, Will Middlebrooks, the third baseman, will join in.
You want to get yourself a run here. You just don't know how much Jerry Meals is going to take. And now Pat Murphy wants to talk with the home plate umpire. Maybe he's asking how much you're going to take.
Oh, they're going to make a pitching change. A little double switch, perhaps.
Yeah, he's got the lineup card out.
It was a delay tactic for Murphy. He told Norris to go out and talk to him while he got another pitcher warming up.
Pirates and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
2-2 ball game, played most of this one in the rain. Pirates battling here. 2-2, they have 2 on, a double switch for the Padres. Yangervis Solarte takes over at second. He'll bat in the 9th spot of the order. Jed Jerko is out of there, and the new pitcher is Sean Kelly.
He's been on a hot run, just allowing 3 runs in his last 19 outings.
Neil Walker against Sean Kelly now. 0-1.
Numbers for this right-hander. Works in his 28th game. Given up 3 home runs. He has struck out 33 in his 29 innings.
Pitched in 2 of the 4 games against the Pirates back at Petco at the end of May.
Not showing Neil Walker anything but soft stuff. First 2 offerings. There's your heat at 92 miles an hour. Sticky business on that mound right now, trying to keep your footing.
Two and 2 on Walker.
It looks like a mess on the mound, but to be quite honest, you really don't slip all that much until it just gets unbelievable, because that's firm. I mean, there's not a lot of loose material.
Full count. Kelly against Walker.
That's the 40th full count we've had tonight.
Yeah.
Gives Chris Stewart a little edge. He'll be able to take off.
Full count on Neil Walker with 2 outs and 2 on in the 6th. Tied at 2. Struck him out.
On a pitch that was very borderline, but gets the out, and that'll take care of the 6th.
Into the 7th, tied at 2. Great images from the Allegheny Health Network Supermo. 2-2 ball game going to the top of the 7th inning. Follow the Pirates wherever you are with MLB.com At Bat, the #1 app for live baseball. At Bat is up to the moment at any moment with in-game highlights, live look-ins, replay reviews, radio broadcasts, StatCast, and more. Get MLB.com At Bat for your smartphone or tablet. Battle of the bullpens now.
Jared Hughes on to work in relief of Francisco Liriano, who made one mistake. The 0-2 pitch to Matt Kemp that created the 2 runs that the Padres have. 2-2 ball game as Jared Hughes takes over his numbers. And on we go. And now the rain has backed off a little bit. We're in kind of a cycle here, but a little bit better right now.
When you think back to before the rain delay, the Derek Norris ground ball to third, not really a double play ball, but was bang bang at first. Walker's relay would have been the 3rd out, and then Yonder Alonso had a 2-0 count. When the rains came, the rains hit at 7:42. 1 hour and 42 minutes later, they resumed, and Liriano walked Alonso and gave up that double that Steve talked about to Kemp. He scored the 2.
Nothing
Pirates
cheap
scratched back. Yeah, nothing cheap. Sure. 2-1 on Will Middlebrooks. One of the 4 hits against Liriano. And of course the home run that wasn't. Cutchin's drive caught by Justin Upton. Hughes gave up 2 hits in the 9th inning. They've got a double play ball from Jed Jerko. And then the Pirates in the bottom of the 9th walked it off, so Hughes got the win. Gave up hits to Upton and Alonso. Upton was caught stealing in the top of the 9th inning last night. His brother Melvin Upton is on deck. Another 2-2 pitch, and it's ball 3.
There are nights where the control is pristine and very, very consistent. Good control tonight. At least a couple dozen 3-2 counts.
Chopped. Gone again.
And those are the kind of plays where you don't want that ball to come down and take one more hop. Stay up. Makes it stay clean and no problem for Jung Ho to get it across the infield. That's what you want. Stay up. Don't bounce again. He has played flawlessly at third base.
Very solid.
Those kind of plays right there, you will hear players from the Pirate dugout, and it happens all the time for different teams. Stay up. They want that ball to stay up.
Well, there's a drive to left, but Rodriguez will take care of that. Line out to left.
Shortstop, Clint Barnes.
There's Clint Barnes now 1 for 2. In case you missed it earlier, the Pirates front office surprised Clint Barmes as he stepped to the plate by playing his walk-up music that he had played here for 3 years when he wore the black and gold. The Journey song, Don't Stop Believin'. Touching moment, and he recognized the crowd. His ex-teammates applauded. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Among other things, had time for people.
Yeah, we kept using the word pro when we talked about Clint Barmes over the 3 years. 1 and 2. A tweet in regards to that moment. Barmes getting his walk-up song played in Pittsburgh is definitely awesome. Such class from the Pirates. It's a piece of it. 1 and 2. So the Dogs hanging in there, right?
Yep.
On a pup night.
They're faithful. They always are.
Barmes hangs in there with another foul.
All the pups want to have us to be loved and fed.
You love those dogs.
I do.
Yeah,
I do.
You got to get yourself one now.
No, we've had lots of dogs with toughen them apart.
Just reaching out and dropping one into left field. A one-handed swing, and Barmes is 2 for 3.
Second baseman, Yankees, Solarte.
Down and away, a perfect pitcher's pitch. You wouldn't want to throw it much differently. Barmes goes out there and gets enough wood on it. Make up for some of those line drives that get caught, maybe, from a batter's perspective.
Yangervis Solarte on his 28th birthday comes to the plate. Switch hitter batting left-handed.
I do.
Solarte was 1 for 4 last night. He was the last man that A.J. Burnett faced. Popped up. Gone. Final out. Folks who have remained have been very patient.
Fred and Joe. Yep,
yeah.
Down there. Yep.
Waiting for the 7th inning stretch. Waiting through an hour and 42 minutes of rain, and we now reach the 7th inning stretch. So we'll stand and you can enjoy with us here at PNC Park.
Watching at home on Root Sports as we sing "Take Me Out to the Ball Game."
His 24th double, tying him for the National League lead. He was robbed of a home run, a 2-run homer in the 5th inning by Justin Upton. So he comes to the plate 1 for 3, and he faces Sean Kelly.
Wouldn't it be something if he hit the ball over the fence right here?
So Upton had no chance, right? To left field.
Yeah.
Or to right.
Yeah. And you know, you never get tired of looking at a phenomenal play. But look at it's like the C's part that gave him that notch.
That's right.
To have a clean attempt.
Nobody there for him.
Take nothing away from that play. Wouldn't you like? I mean, you watch these people that have stayed here. Wouldn't you love to win this game for them?
Yep.
I mean, you can't write a script, and not too many things turn out exactly the way you want them. But
it'd be a nice script, though.
It would be a nice script. Make them feel good riding home. It really would.
Fans have battled, the Pirates have battled, and the Padres have battled through the conditions.
Win it for that man in the Clemente shirt. Yep. Win it for that man in the current Pirate shirt. All of them.
Win it for the Pups.
Yep. Yeah, right. Yep. For the Pups.
The loyal Pups. Line drive, base hit to right. Andrew McCutchen leads off the bottom of the 7th inning with a solid single to right field.
And I think I heard you say last night that Norris is exceptional filling the second base. Just thought I'd bring that up. Andrew McCutchen in the hitting zone, doesn't miss it. So they'll keep a sharp eye on Andrew at first base. We'll see how this plays out, but a good start here in the bottom of the 7th.
And Norris has thrown out 25 runners. That's the most in the majors and a career high. And what's interesting is that last year he threw out only 12% of the runners trying to steal last season. They were talking about him having an issue with his throws, having caught just 8 of 68 last year while with Oakland.
Well, he's like a lot of other catchers. He's got to get help from his pitchers.
McCutchen with 5 steals and 7 attempts.
Average lead.
There's a hole on the right side, though the second baseman Solarte tries to take some of that away. Young tripled to right in the 5th, bringing home the tying run. It was his 26th RBI of the year. Two and one.
Hang in there, folks. We'll get your run.
3-1. A big pitch. A game filled with big pitches. Sean Kelly has been excellent out of the bullpen. Jung Ho Kang.
Thinking Andrew might be taking off on this 3-1 count.
Dives back, but not close. Three and two. Now do you risk it? Do you risk sending McCutchen? 3-2 count.
I don't know. I'm thinking maybe not, because you don't want to take a chance, because you could still score on a double down in the corner. But I don't know.
Three and two. There he goes. And it's popped up. One away. And it will bring up Jordy Mercer. The Cardinals return to PNC Park. The Central Division Showdown begins this Thursday night at 7:05 after the game. A special weeknights and belly fireworks show presented by 84 Lumber. For tickets, go to Pirates.com. The Cardinals, who trail 5-2 in the top of the 9th inning at Wrigley Field. The Cubs are 3 outs away from sweeping a day-night doubleheader.
What, the Padres went 2-2, and now the Cubs. A little soft spot for the Cardinals.
Cardinals won last night.
Yep.
Jordy Mercer, infield single in the third. And thinking about bunting for a hit, takes a strike. Nothing in two.
The Pirates have certainly been finding ways to win these tight ball games. Just not much breathing room.
Sean Kelly has been so good. That hit by Andrew McCutchen was just the second in the last now 20 at-bats against a right-handed hitter. 2 hits and 20 at-bats against righties. McCutchen with a new career-high 14-game hitting streak. Nice line toward left.
Hit right on the button, but right at the left fielder.
Here's Pedro Alvarez.
First baseman, Pedro Alvarez.
We'll see his 4th different pitcher.
The conference between Kelly and Norris, talking over what they want to do against a guy with this kind of power.
Last night, Pedro Alvarez against Brandon Maurer. The game-winning walk-off hit. 2nd of his career, as his father-in-law watched. And then A.J. Burnett celebrated with him. Now, Kelly has been real good against right-handed hitters, not so against left-handed batters. They're batting .327 against him. A couple of home runs.
Playing quite deep, trying to cut off any opportunity for Andrew to score on a double, but catch a gap. We'll take our chances with the guy at first base.
(2-0) is actually kind of surprising that Alvarez even saw a strike in that situation last night. They had a base to work with Jordy Mercer on deck. Right-handed pitcher Brandon Maurer.
There's the depth of the outfielders. And the first page of the pitcher's handbook. Behind 2-0, you throw a changeup. Sometimes that batter will be looking for hard stuff, fastball.
Oh, that's smoked, but foul.
Just a little bit quick on it. Just turned a little bit too much. The BB into the stands. Yep. He knows he caught it good. He knows he caught it early.
And after that, Derek Norris goes out to talk with Sean Kelly. That was an off-speed pitch. You see, the vast majority of the time, he's going to throw the slider on a 2-2 count against left-handed batters.
Here we are. They started him off with 2 fastballs and then went soft the next 2. Get even in the count.
Tony Watson ready to pitch the 8th inning. And he chases in the dirt. Sean Kelly strikes out Alvarez. Should have happened victories tonight on Inside Pirates Baseball. Jason Kendall, Pie Trainer, and Don Slaught. A few who sealed a win, ripping it away from a surefire defeat, and you can see them all on Inside Pirates Baseball. 10 great comebacks tonight after postgame on Root Sports. So if you missed it during the rain delay, or even if you saw it during the rain delay, it's a great show. And watch it again. UPMC scoreboard, 2-2 ball game going to the top of the 8th inning. A game that has featured the San Diego Padres taking a 2-0 lead in the top of the 3rd. The Pirates getting a run in the bottom of the 3rd. After a long rain delay, they scored a run in the bottom of the 5th. That rain delay came just prior to the Matt Kemp 2-run double in that 3rd inning. Tony Watson got the big last out in the 8th inning last night, striking out Matt Kemp.
It's been a very challenging evening on the field, in the stands.
But really trying to battle, hang in there, because the Cubs have swept a doubleheader over the St. Louis Cardinals. So at this moment, the Pirates are 5 back against St. Louis. And that's going to drop into right field, a base hit for Derek Norris to start the 8th inning.
Didn't hit it hard enough to carry out to Polanco in right field.
Yonder Alonso. Talk about that big at bat after play resumed following that 1 hour and 42-minute delay. He had the 2-0 count and worked the walk. He's also bounced to short and struck out.
If you're keeping a scorecard, Jared Hughes with a scoreless inning of work, giving up a base hit. Following Liriano, who went to 6, giving up 2 on 3 hits, a walk, and 6 strikeouts. Another good start for Francisco. Excellent start.
Sure hope you're keeping a scorecard. It's a lost art, isn't it? More people should.
Yep,
I'm serious.
We got it going. Yep.
I don't know how many do, but it'd be nice.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
Go back and look and find out what's going on about in the ball game.
What do you got there?
Zach is keeping one.
I don't know if he's really keeping one.
He's got some marks on it. Yeah.
Hashtag Bucks Booth, if you would mind, do us a favor. It'd be great fun to take a shot of your scorecard and tweet us. Hashtag Bucks Booth. Or you just tweet us and let us know if you're keeping score at all. Or how do you keep abreast of the situation? Strikeout. Watson fans Alonso.
So many different ways of doing it. You start doing this kind of thing when you're growing up as a kid. And, you have your own way of keeping track of a baseball game. Tony Watson gets a chase on an unhittable pitch. Can't do much with that location.
Did you write the K down?
The K Club, yeah. I got it down. Yeah. All my scoring is done. All offense is in red and pencil and you got red marks. Yeah. Well, you can't tell, but yeah.
Be patient. Oh, base hit to right for Kemp.
Get back to business.
First and second. Matt Kemp with his second hit. His 2-run double in the 3rd inning gave the Padres a 2-0 lead. Watson, who struck him out last night, gives up a hit this evening. That brings up Justin Upton.
With Upton's speed, not the ideal double play candidate. That can be done.
He's hit into just 3.
And very late for the bus on that swing.
Nice to get him. Even on strikes, you have Will Venable, left-handed hitter, on deck. And he's out in front now, 0-2. It's Tony Watson on Justin Upton, the All-Star representative for the Padres, announced last night.
And now Tony Watson with a chance, got a couple pitches to work with to try to get him to chase something, maybe a borderline or away from the strike zone. In. Okay. That can be a purpose pitch for going back outside or staying in.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
The guessing game continues. Is he going to stay inside or is he going to go back out? We'll watch Chris Stewart. See what we can see.
1 ball, 2 strikes to count on Upton. In the air to center. 2 outs.
And that ball hit right on the button, but right at Andrew.
2 down. It'll bring up a pinch hitter, and we'll take a look at our Nissan road ahead. Tomorrow night, Andrew Cashner goes for San Diego against Charlie Morton. Morton 6-2, a 4.30 ERA. Cashner an ERA just over 4. His record 3-9. Coverage begins at 6:30. Nissan road ahead. Will the Pirates be looking for a sweep tomorrow night, or will they be looking for just a series win? They have not won a series against the Padres here at PNC Park since this yard opened 2001.
33-13 overall.
Despite the win last night, the Padres have still won 16 of the last 20 here. Venable bats for Kelly. Upstairs. Derek Norris singled to start this inning. To second on the 1-out base hit by Kemp. Now Watson out in front, 0-2.
Tony up around 93, 94 miles an hour. And in the driver's seat.
Now you got to have the slow breaking ball here, right, Steve?
Well, yeah,
the sweeper.
The standard issue, big sweeping breaking ball. So many times you see it. Let's see where Chris Stewart sets up. Oh, back in. And
gets away, comes back. Oh, if Stewart had gotten the ball cleanly, he might have had a shot at third. Ball can take different hops off that limestone backstop. Wild pitch, and now a base hit can score a pair.
Chris Stewart was setting up inside and got a pitch down and away. And all the way back to the bricks.
One ball, 2 strikes.
Tony not throwing that one where he wanted to. Let's see if he can do it this time. Back in. They say it's never easy. Sometimes it looks easy. Doesn't look too easy right here.
Oh, jammed him. He stays alive.
How did that bat not blow up?
Still 2-2. Joaquin Benoit is going to be the new pitcher in the bottom of the 8th. Will Venable has struck out 53 times and just over 200 at bats this season.
You got an elementary ready for us?
All right. It is elementary. Our dear Watson puts up a 0. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Tied at 2.
Melanson, and his beard gets set for a possible appearance in the 9th inning. Speaking of the beard, Kelly Mills asked Mark Melanson on Twitter Tuesday, what has brought on the beard?
It was the last 10-day road trip we had. I didn't bring a razor, and I didn't want to use a bad razor, and it led to laziness, and here I am.
All right, we got to call a spade here. Mark Melanson is a fantastic human being. He's a fantastic pitcher, but I don't think he's going to make the all-star team of beards, Greg and Steve, by any stretch, regardless of how it came about, right?
Good try.
Feed your beard, feed it.
Yeah. Here's Sean Rodriguez now leading off against Joaquin Benoit, who pitched last night, a scoreless inning, and faced Rodriguez. Rodriguez flied out against him.
He has been very good this season. The numbers back that up.
And now out in front of Rodriguez, 0-2. 1 for 3 in this ball game. Rodriguez, Stewart, and a pinch hitter for the Pirates here in the bottom of the 8th.
Boy, it has not been easy for the Pirates. They've won 3 in a row, but boy, have they worked for it. What, 1-0, 5-3, and then coming back with a walk-off. Coming from behind on one of them. Wow. Thank you very, very, very much.
Take that on a 1-2 pitch. It's the 3rd time a Pirate has been hit in this ball game. Pirates have not taken advantage yet.
Benoit controls this at bat, and then Sean Rodriguez takes right off the side of the knee. I don't think you can accuse Benoit of intent there in this situation.
No.
About the 8th inning. So let's manufacture a run.
Now does Stewart try and bunt him over? Third baseman thinks so. Middlebrooks creeping. Steve Lombardozzi is on deck.
I would think so.
Pushes it toward first, but foul. Francisco Cervelli obviously not available. You haven't seen him on the bench at all. He was a late scratch. Gorkis Hernandez is the other available pinch hitter. But it's going to be Lombardozzi, it appears. There's Gorkis Hernandez. 0-1 on Stewart. Steve Lombardozzi on deck. Bunts it toward first. Stewart gets the job done.
Perfectly done.
3-4. Here comes Lombardozzi. Stewart, the high fives, getting that job done. Trying to get Rodriguez home with a go-ahead run. Lombardozzi back in the big leagues for a second time. He's 0 for 2 since his most recent recall. Was hitting .316 at AAA. Was 0 for 4 in his previous stint with the Pirates, so looking for his first bucko hit.
That left-hand batter up, so Clint Barmas is able to kind of dog Sean Rodriguez a little bit and kind of keep him honest with his lead at second base. Sean and Clint right behind him.
Lombardozzi, big league experience with the Washington Nationals, parts of 3 seasons, and with Baltimore last year. And 0-2. Steve Lombardozzi, his dad played in the big leagues. Good years with the Twins. Big World Series in 1987 for the Twins. So Junior trying to give the Pirates the lead here in the 8th.
In a tough spot against a tough pitcher, 0-2.
Goes down swinging.
That was kind of a late decision to turn that swing loose, and second out. Puts out away. It's kind of a late swipe.
Similar situation to last night. 2 outs and Polanco to the plate. Polanco singled in the 8th inning last night. Singled to right field off of Benoit. Was later caught stealing. 2 walks tonight for Polanco. Polanco was promoted to the big leagues June of last year. And facing Joaquin Benoit, the experienced veteran. With a 1-0 count. That evens the count. Like Bastardo if the game remains tied, and Melanson should Polanco deliver. Chris Stewart sacrificed Rodriguez into scoring position, but Lombardozzi strikes out. Can Polanco deliver? Two and one.
They've got an open base, but I don't think they want any part of Neil Walker or Andrew McCutcheon. Here's what they're pointing at right here. Neil with a hot bat. Andrew always with a hot bat these days. What a run he has been on.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Andrew has dragged himself up over the 300 mark.
A chance to give the Pirates the lead. The Cardinals have lost twice today.
Line drive into left center field. There's Gregory Polanco. El Cafe into the gap. He's headed to third. This is going to be a triple, and the Pirates lead it 3-2.
Still work to be done, but the Pirates keep finding ways to make it happen.
How about Polanco's 2 at-bats against the experienced Benoit? The base hit to right field last night, and the triple to the left center gap here. Gregory Polanco.
Here it goes to the notch. That ball was tattooed.
Boy, did he stay on that pitch.
Yep, and watching him run, he senses 3 right there. Now the stride gets long, it gets good. He is in rhythm, no contest to get 3. Stand up. That's what he is capable of doing.
So now the Pirates lead it. Walker looks for insurance with Melanson now scheduled to come on for Clint Hurdle. Polanco on base 3 times tonight. Walker 1 for 4. Remember, Polanco was at first base in the 3rd inning when Walker lined a ball toward Justin Upton, and Polanco stopped about almost 3/4 of the way to the bag, froze. It was short hop by Upton, and Polanco was thrown out at second base. Well, he delivers here. A clutch situation. 0-2. We'd love to get Melanson another run. get greedy. Mark the Sharp.
And when you see Polanco do that sort of thing, you understand why they love his abilities so much. And yeah, you want more consistency. Yeah, you want a lot of things, but you see what they see and what they like in this young man.
0-2. And Benoit strikes out Walker. But Gregory Polanco drives in Rodriguez. Here comes Mark the Shark. The triple for El Cafe. And the Pirates lead 3-2. The Padres tomorrow night. Coverage starts at 6:30 with Pirates pregame. It's presented by W.B. Mason on Root Sports. And maybe talking about a sweep, but 3 outs to get. Little Pedro is here. But Big Pedro is out of the ball game as Gregory Polanco drives the ball to the left center gap to give the Pirates the lead. They're 3 outs away from moving to within 4.5 games of the Cardinals in the Central.
And just intensifying the anticipation of this coming weekend. But again, work to do. Mark Melancon came into this day tied for the Major League lead in saves. I don't know if Perkins got one from Minnesota, but take a look at Hernandez.
Perkins moves to left.
And left. Sean Rodriguez over at first. Mr. Melancon, Mr. All-Star.
Looking for number 28. And once again, no wiggle room for him. That's been the case most of the time recently. 2 saves shy of the club record for most saves before the All-Star break. Jason Grilli had 29 2 years ago at the break. First pitch strike on Middlebrooks, who is 1 for 3 in this ball game. Mark Melancon saved the game against Cleveland on Sunday with a scoreless ninth. The Pirates won that one 5-3. Oh, and 2 on Middlebrooks. Melancon saved his 13th game of the year back on May the 30th in San Diego. It's Middlebrooks, Melvin Upton, and Clint Barmas due up in the top of the 9th inning. 1-2. Middlebrooks was 1 for 2 against Liriano. He grounded out against Hughes. And in the air. McCutchen. There's one. 2 outs away from moving to within 4.5 of the first place Cardinals. 2 outs to get. With the Cardinals coming to Pittsburgh Thursday night for a 4-game series. They will finish up their series at Wrigley Field tomorrow night against the Cubs. The Pirates finish up against these Padres tomorrow night. Jeff Locke will start game 1 Thursday night. Charlie Morton pitches tomorrow against these Padres. And now Melvin Upton Jr.
against Redbeard the Pirate.
Mark Melanson, Redbeard. Ball 2. Gregory Polanco. A triple to give the Pirates the lead. 2-0 count on Upton. Two and one.
Back in the at bat.
Upton has struck out in 49 at bats. And again, he spent much of this season on the disabled list. Just 13 times in 49 at bats. It's 2 and 1.
You certainly don't want his speed on the base paths.
Line to left. He will be on the base paths. Upton is aboard. A solid 1-out single to left. And here comes Clint Barmas.
Shortstop, Clint Barmas.
Rick Sofield going over the defensive positioning for the outfielders.
Barmas has not hit into a double play.
And he is 2 for 3 tonight. 2 of the 8 Padres hits. Ball 1.
Boy, this is hard work. Game after game after game. Makes it seem like the Sunday game, 5-3 game, was a blowout, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Tight stuff. Oh, see that cutter just sliding out.
Would love to get a ground ball here to an infielder. Towards center. 2 outs.
Well, it almost seemed like that ball might have been knuckling. Well hit by Barmas, but the Adam ball right at him. That ball was hit hard. That line drive right at you. They say it's the hardest one to judge.
Trying to convert his 26th straight save. The club record in one season is 26, set by Joel Hanrahan 4 years ago. Of course, Melanson was involved in that trade for Hanrahan. And everybody up, those that remain, the hardy souls here. Yangervis Solarte.
You got a chance to be rewarded right here.
The start of the game, 21,887. But most left. Still those that have remained through all of this 1 hour and 42-minute rain delay. Watching to see if the Pirates can move to within 4.5 of the first place Cardinals in the Central. Strike, and it's 1-1. Solarte looked back at his dugout, didn't like that call, but it was just at the edge. 1 ball, 1 strike on Yangervis Solarte, his second at bat of the night. He came on part of a double switch, popped up to third, his 7th inning at bat. Two and 1.
They're revving up. We need one of those routine pop-ups.
Now 2 strikes on Solarte. Melanson looking for his 28th save of the season.
And that would be a major league leading 28th save.
It's a new baseball. Yeah, that is the mission. Steve, we won't have you do what Bob did last night and go over to the visiting TV booth, but our buddy Mark Grant is sweating this out.
So are we.
The color analyst of the Padres. Pirates trying to win their first series ever over the Padres here in this ballpark. 2-2. 2 outs. Just as he was about ready to deliver, time is called.
I don't know who was going to blink first right there, but time was called at the last possible moment.
Do it again.
I talked to Mark Melanson. He'll look at you right now. He said, "This is what I like to do. This is what I look forward to doing."
Loves it. Everybody loves it, really. When you think about it, this is what it's all about.
You've got to be the person that wants to be in this situation right here.
Another 2-2 pitch. Dribbler, foul. Solarte just did get a piece of it. And again, Melanson will throw a 2-2 pitch. Turn 6, Marte Parte. The Pirates fans will be looking forward to a Parte if Melanson can get this last out and move to within 4.5 of the Cardinals in the Central. Raise the Jolly Roger and move 4.5 out of first. The first series win over the Padres at PNC Park. Major League leading 28th save, and Gregory Polanco triples to break the 2-2 tie.
And we continually say the Pirates won't work any harder for a win than they did tonight, but it just keeps happening. They're on this roll now, and they are finding ways to take ball games away from their opponents, and they do it again tonight. In the most miserable of conditions, the Pittsburgh Pirates outlast the San Diego Padres.
Gregory Polanco, the big hug. He was on base tonight a total of 3 times, none bigger than that triple that brought in Sean Rodriguez, who was hit by the pitch. The Pirates have won 4 in a row, 7 of 8, 9 of 11, and the Cardinals are looking over their shoulders. And we'll set it out to Robin Teague.
Greg and Steve, thanks very much. We'll check back in with you shortly. The Pirates, Teague, have now won 4 straight games. Amazing. They'd never beaten the Padres in a series here at PNC Park. 0-14 they come up with another win, and they reel the Cardinals a little closer as we get ready for that 4-game weekend series.
Yeah, and, it's natural that you're going to look at this weekend and you're going to look at the Cardinals and you're going to measure yourself about where you're at the end of this part. But there's a long way to go in this series, but it'd be nice to be real close when we get there. Andrew
McCutchen, a career-high 14-game hitting streak, is standing by with Robbie Inzmikowski.
Well, he gets the average over 300. He helps pull tarp. He gets robbed of a home run, and the Pirates win the game. How do you describe this game, Kutch?
Long.
That's it. Nothing else. All right, let's talk about Gregory Polanco and the job that he did. What kind of pride do you have in seeing him get the game-winning hit in the 8th inning?
It's good, man. It's good to see him be able to do that, draw the ball to the opposite field, get that big run in so Melancon can shut it out.
It may not have taken that long had Justin Upton not robbed you of a home run. Is that a situation where you just tip your hat and say, okay, Justin, nice catch?
Well, the ball doesn't really carry here. So I guess I got to get in the gym tonight.
Andrew, the tarp monster got Matt Gerhardt, one of our wonderful grounds crew. What went into the decision you, Polanco, and Rodriguez go in and lend a helping hand?
Well, that's why we're out here waiting, because we didn't think they had enough helpers. So when that happened, I was like, it's like a plastic wave. Just went right at him. But luckily he got out of there, so we're good.
Many thanks to you. You ever pulled tarp before?
Oh, yeah. I used to do it all the time in high school.
There it is. Andrew McCutchen. How about this team, the way they're playing right now? First time you win a series in the history of PNC Park against the San Diego Padres. What do you think led to it?
That's what we do.
Thank you, Andrew.
Yep.
Andrew McCutchen said it's late, it's long, but it's also happy, Rob King.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Andrew McCutchen, always interesting when he talks, always interesting to watch play. And tonight, interesting to Matt out at the grounds crew. This is Andrew McCutchen going out there and having a little fun. Hey, thanks very much for saving me. Appreciate it. So Andrew McCutchen, 2 hits, he averaged over 300, and unofficially his first save of the season tonight. He saved Matt there from the tarp and what was going on there. Andrew McCutchen helping lead the charge here. The Pirates now 15 games over 500 for the first time this season.
Yeah, and as Steve mentioned it, you just keep wondering how they're going to be able to keep doing what they're doing, but they just keep doing it. There's no explanation for it. They just find a way to win baseball games. And tonight it's Gregory Polanco, a guy who has not been having the best of times recently. He's been struggling at the plate. He's had some troubles, but yet he keeps playing. That's the way this team is. They just keep playing. They find a way to get the job done. Tonight, Polanco was a big contributor. And, who knows who the hero will be tomorrow night.
The All-Star Mark Melancon gets his 28th save. Pirates win by the final score of 3-2. 4 straight wins for the Buccos. We have a lot coming away on Pirates postgame, presented by the Allegheny Health Network. Highlights from this game, postgame reaction from manager Clint Hurdle, and inside the Pirates clubhouse as well. Plenty of analysis from Zeke. We'll rejoin Greg and Steve as well. All that and more coming up next on Pirates postgame, presented by the Allegheny Health Network.